I said, ooh, ooh, ooh. Everybody turn the lights on. Check 1. Syphilis. Syphilis. Check 2. Syphilis. Hi, bud. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're well. Ahoy, hoy. That's good to hear. Last day of the Sumo. Or last night of the Bashal. And Anishki had to get his ass whooped last night. It was an exciting... It is an exciting night. Last night was exciting. That was the first time I saw Anishki really get, like, off balance. He's been he holds Untachi Ice really well, but he just got blown to shit. Yep. So now it's really between him and Atami Fuji, because I don't think there's any chance that both of them lose. Onosato is, like, the only one who really seems to... can really beat Anishki, like, because it's like he just has so much power that it just, like, it's probably like the weakest spot of Anishki. Yeah, he's 0-4, and plus, like, Onosato being injured this time. Now, Onosato has figured out how to, like, not have to use his left arm, but still, it's still obviously a, like, handicap. Because theoretically, you know, Onosato could still, God, I'm saying it like such a Chicagoan, is still in the running. If Atami Fuji and Anishiki both lose, then there's, like, Avi, Kirishima, Kirishima and Onosato, and I think there's another one. Abi beat the shit out of Takayasu yesterday. I think Abi is still in it too. I don't know how they handle those type of tiebreakers, hypothetically, if there was, like, 5. Is Atami Fuji gonna face Onosato then? Because I would would they schedule it like that? If, like, because I don't think Hosh and Onosato have faced each other yet. It is the Yokozuna. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, Tommy Fuji kind of getting a break there, I imagine. I don't think he faced Onosato. I'm a little bit. I have to say, one thing I'd say my point of criticism is how the entire Division 1 can win the Yusho, but man, are the strengths of schedules so much different. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, to be frank, I don't think, like, Shishi or Abi with their schedules, like, should really qualify for getting the Yusho, right? Like, with, you know, where, like, Hiroshima, Atami Fuji, Anishiki, Onosato, like, have gone through all the major players. This is interesting. It's you know, I get, you know, they have, like, they can only give so many people certain schedules. It really does, because, I mean, like, you know, Abi, you know, the fact of the matter is Abi faced, like, there's still group 1 guys, but he faced a lot more tomato cans than all the other guys up there. And same with Shishi, right? Like, I like Shishi, but he just really has no shot against. He has like no shot against, like, I don't know, any of like the top 15 guys in his current form. I think he did beat Oho though. And Abi has won before, but I mean, God, if you put him in Ura's schedule, my God, you put anybody in the schedule Ura had. Hi, Salt. Senor Sal. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. All right. I think it's fitting to do a sumo. Yeah, I'm really sorry, for your... I can't imagine how difficult that is. I don't want to remind you of it, but, I hope you're well, and if there's anything I could possibly do, I'm happy to do it. Oh my God! Jesus, and the loot? Well, now I take it all back. Come on! Son of a bitch! At least you only got 3. At least you only got 3. I did add a new soundbite too right before stream. Alright, wait. Squishbore Studio. Hi, I found your stream on Twitch and really enjoyed your content. You have great potential, but... Okay, but you are not... Okay, wait, yeah. I figured... Wait, will they give me the really great viewers, Mud? What about all those really great viewers? Thank you. Blue, blue, red. Red, red, yellow, brown. Need the whites. Okay. Yeah, we have I can't recall the last time I had a spam bot. Apparently though, people have been talking about these other bots going around, with the usernames, but I said I used to see I'm gonna use a different yellow. The different, whenever Siri banned people, but I haven't recently. I need to update the Siri. Siri says I need to agree to something, even though it's still working. I haven't bothered to do that yet. So maybe that's why. All right, let's get our paint out. God, I can't believe Salt got loot today. This is bullshit. Gotcha. Well, so it's still like recognizing my ad breaks and stuff, but it says I need to like, you know, re-agree to stuff. Yeah, I just need to remember to do that. I never like haven't remembered to. No, it's like, you know, it just used to instantly ban like that person with Siri, I would imagine, would have automatically banned it right away. I didn't know Siri bot did that. I've seen that before though. I got a bloody nose right before stream. I've been actually, like, I got my heat running again, so it's been actually warm in my place. And I think that gave me bloody nose. I had a bloody nose yesterday. Had one right before stream. I blew my nose, is all full of blood. Yeah, probably. It is cold. It is really cold. It's colder than heaven. I had to go out today to run some errands, so got to experience it firsthand. Oh, I should do the other red first. Ooh. Yeah, how's the weather been for you? Right, wasn't Virginia supposed to get like just shit on by snow or ice? Oh, they're kind of driving through that shit. Oh, it's tomorrow? Well, be safe, you two. I hope it's I hope you, all right, do you think you're gonna lose power? Are you guys getting the ice or are you guys getting the snow? Well, you still have to go to church tomorrow, obviously. Just snow? Okay. But what about church, y'all? You can't miss church on the Sabbath. Yep. Yeah, you two are what, like you're Pentecostal, right? Yeah, so I looked at the all the temperatures are going to be around 0. Like the highs are around like for the next like 3 or 4 days. The high around here is like 5 degrees. I think on Wednesday, the high is like 10 or 11. The icy shit sounds like is what sounds really dangerous because I heard like it could be as much as like 5 inches, 5 inches of ice, which would just be fucking insane. Like, where I'm from in Illinois, we never got ice storms. But that one year I was in Iowa, we had 2 ice storms where there was literally like a half-inch sheet of ice over everything, like trees, the ground, and it was fucking crazy. But I couldn't imagine like a huge layer of that. I don't even know how anybody gets out and does anything. Yeah. Well, because I heard ice more than snow fucks with electric more. Did I... Where did I put my... No. No. Where did I put my impasto? Oh, that's good. So you like, they're like winter protected.
I fart in your general direction.
I shit in yours. That's good. Well, because I heard that's like the big issue with Texas, is that none of their shit is winterized. And that's why they lose power so badly so quickly with winter storms. And I don't think they updated it or fixed it since like the 2021 one. Oh, interesting. Yep. Generators are weird, or can be. I would say, like, it's funny, nobody by me, or nobody in the Midwest where I grew up, I can't recall a family that had a home generator, because, like, the longest power outage I could ever recall growing up by me was maybe 2 hours. Like, I'll say 4 hours. 4 hours. Like there was like one time, like, you know, we get deuced with snow, but it never takes out the power. It's only severe thunderstorms that take out power. Oh, really? That makes sense. So, what's up, Todd? Jesus Christ! Todd always chooses violence. Currently snowing. Yeah, it's just really cold by me. I heard that's a big problem in the East Coast. So I used to listen to Howard Stern a lot, and a lot of people lived in Connecticut, and apparently Connecticut power goes out for like 2 weeks at a time. You should, Todd. Like they would talk about it, like I think Hurricane Sandy knocked out Connecticut power for 2 weeks. No shit, Todd. Be safe, bud. All right, no kayaking today. I said, Todd's a big snow kayaker, bud. Oh, the river my city's on is just straight up frozen solid. Okay. All right, our palette for today is titanium white, lead white. I'm using this is the equivalent of bismuth vanadate yellow medium, but it's actually CAD yellow. I just decided to use it because of why not. I need to use it up eventually. Pyrrole red, ultramarine blues here, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, burnt umber. So change up the yellow. It's not as bright. It's not as ideal as a lemon yellow, but in the context of this painting, I'm not going to see a huge performance difference. Because if I had to make saturated greens, that would make that a much worser choice, or significantly worse choice than lemon yellow. You're right. Anyone see the new soundbite? I'm surprised Maddie isn't here. Maddie usually comes in here and berates me.
Get your hand off my penis!
I love that soundbite. I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, why don't I have that? You know what that's from, Mud? A succulent Yep, you got it. For some reason, I think the succulent Chinese meal thing would have been overplayed. So I went with my other favorite line. All right. All right, for anyone who doesn't know, we're painting the Yokozuna Hoshoryu. Currently not in contention for the Yusho, but is damn good. I would say pound for pound, he's might be the best sumo. Pound for pound. What I'm basically saying, technique-wise, I think he's currently the best. Oh, I need oil. Yeah, I think Hoshoryu is like the easier way for us to say it. You know who I have problems saying with any speed is Wakatata Kage, right? Wakatata Kage. I have problems saying, I have to like really think about that one for some reason. But I have, otherwise, a lot of the other names are not bad for me. It's like rhythmic, but it's like the amount, Wakatata Kage. I think I just need to practice it, but I guess I didn't say it that bad. I do too. Oh, it's so good, Salt. I'm going to be making some pork katsu not next week, probably in a couple days, because I got pork loin. And I don't really have vegetables right now. So I'm going to just make that and eat that with rice. And noodles, probably. Wakatata. Oh, is it Wakataka, not Tata? Wakamoto Haru. That one's easier for me. Is it Wakataka or Tata? Okay, Wakataka Kage. I'll get that one day. Why can't all names be as easy as Shishi? Or the Fuji names. Yeah, good point. Abi, yeah. Abi's really easy. Well, is Abi's full Rikishi name Abi, or is it short for something? I took Japanese, I'm pretty good at reading and saying their names. That's about it. Yeah. It makes me want to learn some Japanese so I can watch the actual Japanese broadcast. You think it's just Abi? That feels like, does he get to choose that, or does somebody name them? Because if somebody named me that, I'd be kind of pissed. Like, is it like Abi no Fuji? Nope, just Abi. What the fuck, man? His eye? Interesting. Yeah, I guess there's Uda. Fucker!
Bloody frickin' dog!
Look who decides the show.
Son of a bitch!
You're the son of a bitch. Look who decides the show.
I said good day!
Good day.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
That's good. Yeah, I'll probably check that out, Odorous. Oh, fuck you, Maddie. Maddie got here first, everybody. That's true. Salt did murder me and looted the body, Maddie. That's what I thought it was, Mud. That's what because that would be the only reason why all of them had such similar, like, or like there was like lineages, and I think that would be related to stable masters. I don't know. I don't remind people about it, but I'm surprised none of you just did it. Ooh. That will be too big. I said, whoo. Maddie has the employee parking. That's what you're telling me? Let's get the spacing right. Oh, I have a new painting idea, everybody. Them wrestle under their actual name, but it's not uncommon to change it. Is there anybody who's... I thought Yoshino Fuji was wrestling under their name, but then got an official name. Yeah, I did see that, right? That's why Hakuho, right, changed it. Because Hakuho basically stepped down as a stable master, right? Because he got, like, they basically threw the book at him for something. Yeah. Sorry. I'm talking about the old Yokozuna stable, Hakuho. Well, I was talking about Hakuoho before, right? And he went to Hakuno Fuji. But I believe it was Hakuho's stable, right? That was absorbed by another because he... Right, he basically left the JSA because they were, like, they overpunished him, or from his view. I think that's what's going on. Done. Hi, Omizu. Welcome in. We're calling it, everybody. Good stream today. But Maddie, you're gonna have to stay after to clean up. Well, I mean, that's because one is a sport, the other one's just theater, right? Oh, fuck me, fuck you. Maddie, you see the new soundbite? Have a good dinner, Mud.
Get your hand off my penis!
It just makes me laugh.
Get your hand off my penis!
Yes, he is. It's from a very famous crash out, Maddie. It's from a very famous crash out. You know the succulent Chinese meal thing? Oh, you don't know it? Okay. Well, that's what it's from, Maddie. Get with the times. Yeah, Maddie, it's worth a watch. It's worth a watch. It's, I think, from like the 1970s or 80s UK of these cops escorting a man out of a Chinese restaurant. I don't know if the man was famous or not. I suspect he was. Manifest Destiny. He was not famous? Okay. I was just curious why people would be recording him. You know, like, I don't feel like that being a thing that people would record at that time period, you know? Yeah. Let's see. Everybody turn the lights on. Was that an Australian man? Did I mess up another British versus Australian here? So I did that the other day with the Shadiversity shit. What's that, Maddie? Paint the rest of it yellow and have a well-deserved masterpiece. True, I could do that. I could do that, Amizu. But, like, how would they get there while he was being kicked out, Todd? Like, was the news segment already there, or did they set that up where he was going to get kicked out and do that as, like, a performance thing? Because back then, it's not like people didn't have cameras, right? That, like, you know, people didn't have cell phones. Except for the time travelers. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, does anyone want any more gossip about that Shadiversity and Jazza situation? Because I learned some more about that. For anyone that cares. Maddie, you're a big Shadiversity, right? Fan? The biggest. Do you know who I'm talking about, Maddie? I think you didn't when I brought him up the last time. He's that asshole. He did a lot. He got like some YouTube fame for doing content on medieval sword fighting and shit like that. And he's the brother of the famous art YouTuber Jazza. It's his brother, I found out. So then he's like really insecure. So Shad is very insecure about his art thing, and then he embraced AI art, saying it was. The Shad guy's he's a big fucking loser. He's also became a right-wing like grifter. Oh, of course, but I'm just saying getting there in time. You know, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how did that timing work out? But anyways, so Jazza was like a traditional artist. And back in the day, he made a video supporting AI art, like probably 3 years ago. And people were kind of off by it. And then he kind of doubled down on it a little bit. A year later. It very much is odorous. But then, a few months ago, Jazza created a video saying, like, no, AI art is terrible, it can't be ethical, blah, blah, blah. And he actually criticized his old videos. And so then I learned... Exactly, Omizu. So then I learned that they had, like, a Twitter fight between the two of them, how they can't even, like, about being cordial at, like, family parties, and how... Because Shad made a post saying that, like, you know, there are people who don't want to work with me because of my views and blah, blah, blah. And then Jazza straight out said, if you're going to just say this, why don't, like, you know, you're my brother, you can talk to me about this. But Jazz is kind of pissed off that I think, or not Jazza, Shad is pissed off because I think Jazza doesn't want to work with him on on videos and YouTube. And because obviously, like, we're talking Shad is like anti-trans, like he's like saying like he uses like the woke, like he like calls people woke, that type of bullshit, like a fucking loser. And so I learned that they had a falling out. Frankly, makes me like Jazz a little bit more. Not that I ever really consumed his work that much, but let's see. Everybody turn the lights on. Okay. I think I made that too close. already. We'll go like right there. Oh, really? Well, Odorous, another line of that is people have been calling out Shadiversity for actually not knowing, let's jazz this, for not knowing anything actually about swords and kind of just like, you know, basically just being a charlatan on that topic as well. So, because I originally got into like learning about Shadiversity because of fraud shit, like, oh, he's a fraud. And it originally stemmed from the AI shit, and then he wrote a really cringy kind of rape fantasy book. It's if you like drama like that, Maddie, and like people getting exposed, especially right-wing grifters, that's a video for you. That's a video for you. I do, so I just eat that shit up, you know. All right, does anybody want to hear about my new painting idea? I got a really good perverted idea, everybody. Amy Jo would specifically love this idea, though, I think. You talking about drugs, Maddie? Well, get to work, Todd. Tibbies. I didn't recall Tibbies. What if we said no? I think you'll like this idea too, Mud. Alright? Mud, what if I said I think you'll like this idea too? In good faith. In good faith. All right. I'm just going to say it because I want to talk about it. Is anybody familiar with like the original Nosferatu shadow camera trick shit that they did? Where it's like the vampire shadow. This, you know, it was a silent film, but they did stuff where like the shadow was like removed from the body and kind of doing its own shit. So what I think I'm going to do is Plasticia's ass in frame and then shadow hands like grabbing or reaching for the ass. Okay. So you'll see like, you know, in the background, you'll see the big shadows of hands like reaching for the ass. But then in the corner, in the opposite corner of Plasticia, not in full light, we're going to have Ricardo sitting in like a proper sweater and collared shirt with like a pipe, sitting in a chair, just watching. And I think Kevin standing next to him as well. So right side Plasticia's ass, middle big shadow, left corner in the dark, Ricardo and Kevin being cucks. And I'm going to title this painting Stephen Miller. What do we think? What do we think? A bit, right, Mud? All right, Hans, they're not bad. I have an idea of how to set it up, Maddie. I just don't know what aspect ratio I'd want to use for the canvas, as well as like in my space, how I'm going to avoid getting light on Ricardo, enough light on Ricardo while not directly lighting him up, you know? Because I also could use a gel color to slightly light him, like in a darker light, but it could be like a blue or green. I also don't know if I'm going to paint Plasticia's ass, like paint it again so it's not red. I think it's a good idea. I don't know. Do people think this idea is stupid? I'm open to criticism here. This was, when I couldn't fall asleep at night, this is what I thought of everybody. All right? Don't leave me alone to think about things. Stop it. Why are you doing this? You know what? This is your fault. This is all of your fault. It's not mine. You should do what you feel. Yeah, but I'm also looking for, I'm always open to, I'll say this. I want to avoid any situation where I could have a lack of self-introspection. Stephen Miller is the neo-Nazi right-hand man of, neo-Nazi white supremacist right-hand man of Donald Trump, who apparently his wife started cheating on him with Elon Musk just because Elon had money. Well, my plan is to make it as dramatic as I possibly can. And I don't know what hands I'm going to use, right? But imagine like, right, if this was like the ass, right, and like, you know, obviously you can kind of see my hands but more dramatic, but like kind of like dramatic hands shadows, right, going right for the ass, but then it'd be cast on the canvas. And then like imagine this is Ricardo in the corner, right, shadows on the ass, Ricardo Kevin. It's not a democracy, but I need to be a benevolent leader. Yeah, I think it's because of the eye right now, Odorous. Let me see if this fixes it for you. That eye needs to go, you know, more. And so you're saying, I think you're also pointing to the nose, right? So I think if the nose was more like that. I said, ooh. And it's also the mouth, huh? It's also the mouth. Lunacy. So, you know, Amnesia, you know I'm all for doing fucked up shit. But they're obviously like... What am I trying to avoid? I'm trying to avoid hat on a hat type shit. stuff that maybe isn't such a deep cut. Because I definitely can fall into that. Hats all the way down. Interesting. I said, ooh, everybody turn the lights on. Let's see, take a paintbrush and put it from the point between the brows to the chin. I think the mouth's... so this mouth is way too far to the right, is what I'm saying. And I think it's too... because, like, the chin would need to be, like... here. Yeah. So my ideas are as follows, Maddie, is I might make a mold and make a couple plaster casts of Plasticia's hands, or hand. So I have two smaller hands, or make additional ones of mine in like a kind of like a more like open, like this kind of type thing. I might make some more hand molds of myself and then place those right in front of a specific light, you know, or multiple lights, right, to get a dramatic shadow. It has to be a really strong light, though. I would probably need 3 or 4 different light sources, though, for this painting. I need one for Ricardo Kevin that's very muted. I need one that hits Plasticia on its own, and only one that hits the hands in the background. God, I wish I had a warehouse. I could, but I don't think it would. I don't think I would see it. I think it would be too bright, Maddie, and not like contrasty enough. Like, and sure, I could amplify it myself, but I would still want to see, you know, be able to like produce. I think I'm able to produce that. A kabuki theater type of thing. I think I know what you're talking about. I guess that wasn't my intent, but it could end up being similar to that. I'm thinking of Nosferatu. The idea came from when I was thinking about the Nosferatu shadow, and what funny thing could I do with the shadow? I know that's kind of a weird, you know, not I wouldn't even say weird, but, you know, and I'm not saying I wasn't affected by those other things, at least subconsciously, but the idea arose from thinking about the shadow from Nosferatu. Oh, that could be a good idea, Mud. There are some tough things about that because I feel like it would look like a Lego hand. I would have... I think there's ways I could do it, though. I know an easy way I could do that, though. Make it out of paper. I know an easy way I could do it. As long as I could find the 3D models. See, I could get 3D models and place them in a specific way, print it out on a sheet of paper, so I have the proper hand form, right? Instead of winging that. No, squirrel hand wouldn't be recognizable. Plus, I don't support the murder of squirrels. Unlike somebody. Don't make the forehead too big like you always do. Oh, I thought you were talking about the shadows themselves, Maddie. Is that, were you referring to the hands? Or were you talking about, I thought you were talking about the shadows itself and cutting those out into the shapes I wanted onto like the backdrop. That's what I thought you were saying. Because if you did say that, then yeah, you're the genius. Okay? God damn it, Maddie. God damn it. Maybe some jazz hands. No, it needs to look like it's actively grabbing the ass. I said, who? Google Gobo Slater BZ. Would you mind putting that in the Discord, Odorous, for me? Thank you. And thank you for the info. See, this is why I bring up this stuff, because people know shit I don't. You all may not realize this, but I'm a raging idiot and moron. I know I come across as this super mega awesome good looking genius, but I'm actually a buffoon and idiot. What is the underlying commentary here? I think it's a little bit face value. It's more about the absurdity. It's about kind of like, oh, fuck you, Hanser. Amizu. So I think there's, all right. Subconsciously, I think there's a little bit of sexual deviancy. Right? There's definitely an undertone. There's multiple levels of like sexual deviancy, right? But it's also just, I always kind of go back though to I love the idea of an absurd thing painted extremely well. Right? I know that's kind of like very, it's a, god damn it, a ridiculous sentiment on its own. But I really like that as a concept. So is it anything more than just an absurd scene? And maybe I gotta reconcile with that fact that like maybe it needs to, you know, have more commentary than what I'm alluding to there. Well, it's referencing Nosferatu, Omizu. The cuck thing? I don't know. I don't know if that... I mean, I'm naming it Stephen Miller. My plan, at least, is to name it Stephen Miller. But that's a bit topical, which is a bit hack also. Let's see. I mean, who's a like, is there a movie with a famous cuck? I can maybe make the skeleton look like that person. I mean, I could make the skeleton look like Stephen Miller as best I can. I don't know what that would be, though. Put a Gobo tutorial in reference because I know you're cheap or I'm creative as shit and want to make your own. I am cheap right now. If I had the money, I would hire somebody to do all this setup for me. Or figure out the details and then, you know, if I could afford that. You better all wish I never have money. Like X marks the spot. Is what, like, are you like, you're just talking about in general to like, oh, this is it, this is what it is, or is that referencing something I'm not aware of? Oh, I see what you're saying. I got it. Maybe I reference Twitter too. Can I make one of the cucks Elon Musk as well? I am. It's going terribly. I've been at this for at least this is my third day so far, but going awful. How have you been, Em? I was trying to make it to one of your streams, but I got caught up making dinner and I missed it the other day. So I'm sorry about that. How have you been? We are now talking about a new painting of mine that I want to do. Specifically making fun of Stephen Miller. And I just started this about 40 minutes ago. Redder, brighter. I hate like I'm a chatty Cathy at times, but boy, when you're not in the mood for it, or when it goes on too long and you're just a hostage. I had a situation like that recently, where I was plein air painting at a place, and a nice guy, by all accounts, he's a nice guy, an older gentleman, but came talk with me, and I just I couldn't get out of the conversation. I had no pathway for it without being a huge, a huge dick. And yeah, you're just legitimately just a hostage. His name is Walter. I believe it's Walter. Once again, nice guy. And it wasn't like he was saying weird shit, just but they obviously just aren't reading the room a little bit. It was also cold out. You know how that guy Odor is? There's no good way without being mean, M. There's just straight up no good way of doing it without being mean. I don't have that color on my brush. Yep. That's one of her family members' name. Oh God, when they start bringing up family members and talking they give you their family member's name. The misogynist crap. Sorry. And they expect you to kind of interact in that conversation. It's not like I can make fun of your family members or something. Or oh yeah, oh your cousin Lauren's a bitch. You can't say that. Could you imagine? I guess you could do that where you make backhanded comments maybe that might put them off to you. But then again, if you're going there for a service, it's a tough position. Oh, she also trauma dumped on you? Oh, you got screwed. Oh, man. Ah. Jesus Christ. What a day. And you got trauma dumped. In my early days of streaming, when I was streaming to very few people, you'd get some of those people, like Twitch chatters. You gotta be nice, but some of them just you'll see them once and they'll trauma dump for an entire stream. And there's no way out. There's no way out. Hi, Sasha. Hi, Akka. How are you? All right. Actually, I'm an Akka. I was running a new painting idea by everybody, and you are probably two good voices to hear this new idea I have. Are you ready to hear the new idea? They do. They do, there's no stopping it. All right, you'll agree to hear it? Do you want to hear the new painting idea? And get your input? All right. So, I have that mannequin, the woman mannequin, right? So, imagine the right side, the mannequin's ass, okay? Then, are you familiar with the movie Nosferatu, the OG one, where they had the shadows kind of being its own entity, right? So I imagine two big hand shadows, like going for the ass. Okay? Like huge contrasty shadows going for the ass. Then the final part, on the left side in a low lit area, is my skeleton sitting in a chair with like a collared shirt and sweater and like a pipe, and my little elf guy watching. Thoughts, please. How about something like he's a witch or a warlock at a cauldron? I think that's a different painting though, Mizu. All right, what do we think of that? You're speechless. In a good or bad way, Aka. And like, oh, this man's terrible and a horrendous pervert? Or that's interesting. But I'm also kind of bothered by it. Okay. All right, I'm not offended yet. I'm not offended yet by these comments. Listen, if I'm being a jag-off right now, feel free. Unless your name is Maddie. But I think that's doable with my current resources. You know. And materials. Oh my God. Big old neck on these boys. I think just, see, I can't move the legs or anything, right? So it has a stand, so it's like it would be too high. I mean, I could probably move the ass that high, but then it would look really odd relative to the cucks in the corner and the silver spoon and the little boy blue and the man on the moon. Oh, what a song. Interesting scene from the I think the root inspiration is Nosferatu and my frustration with the current administration. Will the cucks in the corner and the silver spoon. All right, that song would probably do well to call Weird Al on that one. How does it tie to the current administration? So, Stephen Miller was apparently cucked by Elon Musk. Like, apparently Stephen Miller's wife was left him for Elon, and it seems primarily just a financial thing. Also, they're Republicans. They love saying cuck. I don't like how much I'm saying it today, frankly. I was considering making the hands with really long fingers, Omizu. I was considering making the hands either human-like or really long fingers. So you do like this one, Em? Are you familiar with my elf or my roommate Kevin, M? Are you offended by it, Aka? Hi, Chappie. Are you familiar with Kevin, M? Oh my God, two? Salted it already today. I'll show you Kevin, M. And the cucks in the corner and the silver spoon. Oh my god, looting the body. Well, I don't think I need to change the color of the hands, it's just the shadow. Alright. Where are you, Kevin? So, my roommate Kevin, who loves Quaaludes and Four Locos. Loves Quaaludes and Four Locos. You can see his Four Loco shrine. That's So he's only like 2 feet tall. So we have him standing next to the skeleton on the chair. See, this is the painting I did of Kevin. Kevin's a bastard. Kevin Gamblin. And my skeleton Ricardo would be the So like now the only annoying part is unfortunately I can't change Kevin's clothes. Cuz I had an idea of having his pants off, which I think would be hilarious. Not Kevin, the skeleton, in like a collared shirt and like a green sweater, let's say. Right? But then sitting on the chair, right, dimly lit. With like Kevin's either sitting on his shoulder or standing on his shoulder or standing right next to him in the chair. But both of those perverts just watching. The Nosferatu hands on the ass. But like one issue with Kevin is, like I said, I can't change his clothes unless I permanently alter him. But boy, would it be funny if he was naked. Recast Kevin. But it's not even like recasting. It's like he has like a metal structure and then like he has like rubber hands and a head attached to him. We have Kevin just looking dirty as fuck. You know what I could do is I could probably put underwear over him. Like he's just wearing like... All right, do you remember that Romeo and Juliet film? Does anyone remember that Romeo and Juliet film? Or like the Sherlock Gnomes set of films? They had this one pervert gnome in there who was just in like a Borat thong. I wonder if I could do something like that with Kevin. Oh, you know what? I figured it out. I figured it out. Kevin is holding a camera. Kevin's holding the camera while Ricardo the skeleton with his pipe is just watching. That's it. That's it. That actually alludes to a few other things too. I could put like a camera around his neck. Has a diaper. I mean, I could put I could put some lotion and toilet paper down on the ground around them. Incontinence. He would, yeah, I mean, that's the other illusion, right? I could allude to that if I wanted to bring Trump in there. I mean, if I really... There's a much... I don't have the props for this, but there's a harder angle of this where I could have... If I had two skeletons, I could have a skeleton shoving a tent pole up the other skeleton's ass, or I could have a Trump skeleton fucking a Stephen Miller skeleton in the background. Yeah, like one of those would be hilarious if I could find one like that, Omizu. But that's if I had a second skeleton. I know they're both bottoms. Well, I also had an idea, but I wanted this to be a full painting on their own. Has anyone seen that photo of Donald Trump kneeling at like Bill Clinton's crotch? I shall a blinded beholder. I want to do that one with skeletons. I was thinking about making a paper mache head of Bill Clinton and then recreating that with two skeletons, right? Good, M. And I just love the idea of something like that being painted with like good faith effort. See, I have plans, everybody. I have filthy, disgusting plans. Okay? Awful plans. And you're gonna have to watch it. All right? Because as long as the federal government is murdering people, just straight up murdering people, I'm going to continue to do this. So, I mean, if I had another skeleton, I could do Trump skeleton either getting a tent pole stuck up his ass. I like the idea of putting some voyeurism into it. Like, it, because it's also, I mean, you know, frankly, Omizu, it would just alert to Epstein shit. This would be like Epstein shit, right? Because you have Kevin recording it. You have Plasticia basically getting attacked, right? But there's some discretion there. And then you have the old pervert watching. I mean, you have the old asshole watching. Voyeuristic. Well, see, I could turn it more voyeuristic if it was more orgy-esque, I guess. Eyes wide drunk. Well, see, that's another painting. I could do I could do an eyes wide shut thing. Where it's like, if I had enough bodies, like mannequins standing around in those like costumes, right? And then it's like in the middle is Trump getting a tent pole shoved up his ass. Or he's blowing Clinton. Right? In front of everybody. God, there's so much I could do. Oh, God. I wish I had so much more time. See, this is why I need props, everybody. This is why I need props. Yep. I do mean Bubba. Well, I could throw a horse in the background, Omizu, just to double down on it. Had someone the one that 5-year-old was wearing. Yeah, that could be
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, hooray! Feed me, I'm stoned. Welcome in. Welcome in. The aristocrats. It'd have to be a cat, an aristocat. How you doing, Pen Man? Nothing much, feed me, I'm stoned. What were you working on? Were you doing art? And if you were doing art, I better see some art links. Or else. Or else. Alright, give me those links now, or I'll burn this place to the ground. How you doing, Vuvi? Hey, y'all. Welcome in. Oh, thank God, Akka. We were talking about a future painting that I want to set up and do. Do you have like an Instagram? Do you have like an Instagram you want to share with us? This is oils. Yep, these are all oils. Yeah, give us that Instagram link before I burn my place to the ground. Or else. That is a legally binding threat. Oh, nice. Well, then they should check out Badly Made Oils, because I make all my own oil paints and I sell them. And I sell them. Listen, it's the only way you get links. You have to threaten to burn down your own place. I have found it to be an effective threat. Oh, nice, Penman. Oh, nice, Phoebe. We welcome everything except AI. Fuck AI. See, I don't know if I am afraid of creepy bad, but I don't want to come off as like, you know how there's like people who do photography and only take photographs of naked women? Right? There's that creep factor. Because I've seen so many of those people. Oh, nice, Feed Me. Oh, thank you for the follow, Feed Me. But do you think that's what this comes off as, Sashi? Oh, really, Penman? Do you think anything I have done has been that way, Sashi? Right now we're talking about new paintings, Feed Me, I'm stoned. I set up stuff with props, if you are unaware. And I'm talking about a new painting. Which job? Oh, the unplugging fire alarm? So here, I'll show y'all. If you can still see the props, which you can. So I have props set up still. I do. You can join the Discord and post in there, but post it in here too. Because I can't show it. I'm not set up to show it. Discord. But please, if you would like to share it in the Discord, please do. But also share it here. You can just copy and paste it in here. Shut up, Pen Man. I'm a normal, adjusted white man from the Midwest who has nothing to hide. Oh, the feet painting job. It could be arranged. Anytime, anywhere, Fugu. All right. You have me thinking, Sashi. Has anyone got the thought that my subject matter or paintings have been bad in the creepy way, like the example I used before, where it's like the photographers who only photograph naked women for their, for their art? Has my stuff ever come off that way to anybody? I would kill some cereal right now. No, you pervert. And I'm not even saying Sashi accused me of that, but I more so of just like, do you think people could interpret it that way? But how much do I care about like a certain percentage of people thinking that way about me? I guess should my intent only matter? Because you would have to think those photographers know that they're just perverts, right? I'm just gonna keep you guessing. Like, all right, thought experiment. Do the photographers who only photograph naked women understand? Goddamn right I'm a slut. Yeah, I don't think you think I'm that way. But you think the new one could be. Okay, good. All right, good. All right, everyone go follow Feed Me I'm Stoned on Instagram. I've been following them for at least 30 to 40 years. So should you. Okay? They post 20 to 30 times a day, high quality content. Nice work. Good work, Feed Me I'm Stoned. Great work. They don't stop posting. Check it out. Well, Rochford's, yeah, the photograph I'm saying is, but do the photographers know that they're like vile perverts? Like, because I'm questioning if I don't realize I'm a vile pervert in that sense. Do I even need to reflect on that? I probably should. I did run into one of those guys at this like art thing in my town. I think I would agree with that, Rochburns. I don't think they do. Fair point. Do you think it's because I'm referring to basically like Sashi, do you think I'm falling into like a trope of like going to cover all the bases? Like, you know how there's like people who write books who always use like rape revenge or like traditionally masculine bullshit as a methodology for the story? Like, how many 80s films were there where it's like a wife and daughter or son got killed and then the husband goes kills 300 people?
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Let's be honest, sure, the woman bunny might be nice and all, but it's not like, wow, if you have exclusive. Well, that's the thing, right? We know why they're doing it. Oh my god, a raid! Carson Druitt, welcome in. Welcome in, Carson. Get on in here. Or else. Thank you for the follow, Soul Brush Hire. Carson, I better see some links for you or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Welcome in, Carson. Unorthodox, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Get on in here. And I'm fucked, Carson. Don't do it to me. Don't make me burn down my own place. It's all wood. It's all wood, Carson. You see this? This is all wood. Oh, shit. It's all wood here. I'm fucked. Oh, of course, Carson. Link whatever you want. Today we're doing a portrait of the Yokozuna Hoshoryu. Oh my God, Raj Burns. Drop your art text now. Good, M. Good. Double, triple, quadruple down on those tropes. Well, you know, that's the thing, though. They're overplayed and kind of stupid, right? I'm blue, da, doo ba dee doo ba da. Good. We were talking about some future painting setups I was thinking about doing. Everybody who doesn't know me, I do oil painting, some oil pastels and some watercolors. I make and sell oil paints, watercolors, and oil pastels. All these paints I made myself. I generally paint from life, but with these portraits, you obviously have to work from portraits. So we're doing that. Perfect. Good. Everyone go join Carson's Blue Sky. I've been following it for a matter of seconds now. Oh, I'm not signed in. What the fuck? I haven't regretted it for a single second. I haven't regretted it for a single second, and neither will you. They've already posted 4 to 5 times since I have followed. Awesome work, dude. I've been meaning to catch one of your streams, too. Really fucking cool. Check out their shit now. All right? Or else. Dr. Soul Brew, sorry if I missed it. Thank you for the follow. Do you, Rochburns? Good. I don't think you do. You're welcome. Thank you for the raid. If you need to get on out of here, I can kick you out if that will make it easier. Do you need me to kick you out? I'll do it. I'll do it in a fucking heartbeat. All right, yeah, get the hell out of here. Thank you again for the raid, Feed Me I'm Stoned. And everyone check out Feed Me I'm Stoned. Previous raid. What's that, Rochburns? All right, yeah, you get the hell out of here, too. Get. Thank you so much. It was very kind of both of you for raiding. Get out. Oh, you're with the perverts, too? Jesus Christ, Feed Me I'm Stoned. Be careful in there. Careful. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for the raid. If anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I will answer any questions you might have. And I have never been wrong in my life. Not once. All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. With my proposed pervert painting, does anyone think there's a risk of me being, what's the right word, interpreted as a vile pervert? Any questions, Carson? I welcome them. To framing school, I'm leaving the world of corporate bullcrap. Really cool, like art framing, Rochburns? This is Hoshoryu, the Yokozuna. Do I run the risk of being interpreted as a vile pervert? Without a shred... Okay, all right. Good point. We have a without a shred of doubt answer. Sometimes. That's really cool, Rochburns. Good for you, man. I hope you enjoy it. Well, Carlos, here's the thing, right? I don't like doing things just... I don't like the idea of doing things just for the sake of doing something. obviously I'm doing it because I enjoy painting, right? Very definitive thing. I also like being comedic, obviously, my subject matter being comedic. But there's also, I think, a line where I think some people lack awareness of. Working in an office really does suck, Mike. That's why I switched to this too. Rochburns, I just got my first stretching bars, and I have a canvas roll, so I'm going to be stretching my own now. Or I'm going to be stretching canvas for the first time soon. Possibly. Well, Vuvi, all right. So, Vuvi, you want to hear the painting I'm thinking about doing? Who wants to hear about the painting I'm planning on doing? That's caused so much commotion and corruption here. Awesome. I will, Rochburns. Uh-oh, sure. All right, so as you could see here, with XXX, thank you for the follow. I have a naked mannequin. Okay. All right, that's painted red currently. It was featured in my last painting. Okay. So, now, the setup is as follows. Right side of the frame, mannequin's ass. Okay? So, that's the mannequin's ass. Then, if you're familiar with the OG Nosferatu, okay? They had those shadows that could act on its own, like it's like a separate entity, the vampire shadow. So now I imagine two hand shadows, going after the ass of said mannequin with really dramatic lighting and cast shadow in the background. Not true, Vuvi. Their name is Plasticia, by the way. All right. Then in the left corner, in low light, I plan to put my skeleton in like a sweater and like a collared shirt underneath with a pipe in low light, sitting in a chair watching. Then I have my little elf guy who's going to be standing next to him. He's like 2 feet tall, and he's going to have a camera pointed towards the ass. So right side ass, center dramatic shadow with hands, left side skeleton cuck and elf filming. I'll ask Plasticia if she's comfortable with it. There'll be no groping of Plasticia without consent. So she's Spanish. I guess Plasticia is Spanish, huh? Hey, let's... So that's the painting I'm thinking about doing. Is this too much of a vile pervert painting? Am I like a giallo director, or am I like the guy who directed Peeping Tom? For any of you who are movie buffs. Am I too much like the Peeping Tom director? That's a bit of a deep cut for some people. I'm curious who will know about that. I think Fugu would know about that. Fugu, are you still here? Nope, it was a movie about like a killer. It's a horror movie about a killer that was very... What's the right way of saying this? I'd say for its voyeurism and nature of the film was very ahead of its time, to the point that director got blacklisted. I think it was in the early 60s.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Goddamn right, Carlos. I verbalized it 3 times.
I can feel
now.
it all the way down in my plums.
I mean, that's probably a good way to think about it, Carlos. A lot of people haven't seen it, Rochburns. That's more of like
what the fuck is that?
A horror pervert thing. It's called a painting, Rochburns. A very, very bad painting. Hey, let's go Kinkatsu. You're a wallpaper creep. Okay. Alright. Who did it? Oh. So I know I had this idea last night when I was thinking about the Nosferatu shadow and how I think I could do a fun painting with a shadow. That's really where this all came from. I do love Sumo. Last day of the, unfortunately, it's the last day of the Basho today. I'm a little disappointed that it's already over. I've literally stayed up and watched every single night. But the guy I'm rooting for can win today. Can win. And probably has the highest percentage of winning today. Sumo creep! Sumo creep! He's sumo creep, yeah! I think the eyes are in real bad spots here. See, I am kind of going for the weird creepy. Obviously, that is a creep. Like, the idea is creepy in itself, right? Like, there's no doubt. I'm not denying that it's not like a creepy premise. I also think in the context of the time. But I don't think I like, you know, I don't necessarily am too afraid of that, in essence, next too long, too. We're still in blocking, everybody. This is why it's so exceptionally bad at the moment. But I should probably watch Twin Peaks. Hi, schmucklefucker. Oh, you definitely could. Easily. Is that a no-no? WW cow? Hey, let's go Kinkatsu. All right. Okay, so we still got some problems here, obviously. Let's try and get the eyes in a little bit of a better alignment here before we move on to finishing. Let's fighting now. This eye maybe comes out a little bit more like that. That eye opens up a little bit more, I think. Not that bad as far as eyes. Then the nose holes. There's no other term for them, just nose holes. Somewhere around there. The mouth is super fucked. With the pearl earring. Just happened. Let's fighting. Let's fight. I think the bottom of the eye can come up a little bit here. Too much black is showing, I think. Nares, no, those are nose holes. Shasta, I'm very studied in anatomy, okay? I'm an expert in anatomy, okay? An expert. Why? Because I said I am. This will be good enough. Okay. Let's get rid of the pearl earring. Ears. Ear might be too big. Okay, I see it. The ear is too angled out that way. Sounds like a serial killer to me. No. Don't get me wrong, I've dabbled, Pen Man, but not anymore. This neck. Okay, so this jaw. Something like that, and then it's comes up farther. More of a spree color. Yeah, I mean, I have written several manifestos, Mud. Okay. I'm very frustrated. Very frustrated. Okay. I think our proportions aren't bad. The color is shit. I'm definitely way too yellow. Definitely way too yellow. But I think we got a block in everybody. All right, so color is shit. Placement not bad. Eyebrows are bad. Mouth is pretty much in the right area. Mouth and nose seem like they're in the right area. Are you wise enough? Definitely. Okay. All right, so we're going to take our post block induce. Oh, okay. I think that will be fixed by the neck. I think it doesn't seem wide enough because the neck seems way too long right now, Mud. I think. And the forehead is still too tall, I think. Yeah, so what I don't have here, I could probably fix. According to that wise question. I think this center needs to come down a little bit and angle slightly down. And then I think if I fix the neck, I think we'll be there. Or fix the eyebrows and neck. Okay. All right, but yeah, we got to do our we all have to do our post block induce. Okay. We all got to take our poos. All right. It's tradition. We all have to take poos all of a sudden. Blocky poos. Exactly, Carlos. Good. Good. We've all been Pavloved into having to poo at this point in the stream. Cabin Cats, welcome in. Good luck, Em. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for your input. I hope it goes well. All right, everybody. And enjoy your poo. All right. Let's get this all set up. Yeah, just go again, Carlos. It's all right. All right, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break. You'll fit in just fine here, Cabin. You'll fit in just fine. All right, I'm going to run a 5-minute... I'm going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to go take a break, and we'll be back and finish this up. All right, see you then. pranked. Done been pranked. Ho. Scare. All right, let me finish pooping. Almost done. All right, we're done pooping. All right. All right. Shall we continue? There you go, Kevin. That's how I'm sneaky. All right, that's why my friends call me Whiskers. All right. Hi, Pickles. This is the Yokozuna Hoshoryu. Currently, he's suffering from a knee injury, so he's not doing great. Yep, friends call me Whiskers, Mud. Because I'm sneaky. Like a cat. He has won some good matches, but he just hasn't been himself completely. He's lost some matches he normally just doesn't lose. Okay, so big issues here. Colors too yellow all around. I would also argue slightly red, so we gotta alter that. These eyebrows are too high. Too high. Everyone does, Mud. Everyone does. So, how are we going to combat that? We're going to involve a lot more green. We're going to involve a lot more green into this. And pinks. All right. Mud, let me have this one. Mud, I need this. Elemental power is green. I did paint my phone case green yesterday. And covered it with tape. So it won't fall off. So we're going to make a kind of a pile of a green here. That's why my friends call me Whiskers, Pickles. Because I'm curious like a cat. Oh, nice. There's been a few I've seen, Mud. I've seen a few sketches. Like, there are a few people that post art in the Sumo media. I am going to desaturate this green a little. Just so we're not going to, like, bombard our mixes with a hard green. A hard green tomato. But something like this shall do, I think. Maybe a little bit brighter than that. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Mud. By the way, Sumo photos are so annoying because, like, when you search them in Google, Mud, as you were probably learned, like, they don't have a lot on, like, Google, and then you go on, like, Instagram, and then you have to go to, like, fan accounts where they have more. But then there's, like, other spots where there's, like, just significantly more photos available that don't show up on Google searches. It's really weird. Okay, we're gonna start off with this kind of. So one thing I have learned about portraits, and I don't always do this, but you'll hear me talk about it a lot, okay? Here's a secret of the universe that I struggle with a lot, but I'm very aware of its existence, is for portraits, it's much better to stay desaturated, especially early, than to start off too saturated like I did here and basically have to alter every single color I've laid down. Okay? Starting off more saturated. Now, there are their own pitfalls though with starting too desaturated, but those are more easy to fix than the too saturated to fix, or fixing higher amounts of saturation. Lens was difficult, Odorous, because of salt. If there was any salt in the photo, lens wouldn't work. Well, also, Cabin, Sumos aren't allowed to have their own Instagrams, so their names aren't actually that searchable, and since it's also Japanese in nature, when you're searching through an American browser and they have Japanese tags on them, they don't show up for that as well. So they have to have English tags, and there, frankly, aren't a ton of photos online. Color theory? No, I don't really say color theory that much, Cabin Cats. Because I think people don't understand. What's a good way of saying this? People interpret the term color theory in thousands of different ways, and there's not a consistent use of that terminology to use it well in a way that everybody can understand. So I avoid, even like, you know, for everybody who's regulars here, I really don't say color theory often. And it's mainly for trying to be clear. It's mainly because I want to be clear with my terminology. That helped a lot with that shape. We should fix that mouth though. Yeah. Well, because there's that book, The Theory of Color, and then you have a bunch of a-holes on YouTube who are like, let's unify our palette through color theory and just mix yellow ochre into everything and make it worse. You know, that bullshit that I've ranted, that I will not stop ranting and raving about, because boy does it offend me to my core. You did this, Cabin Cats. You did this. Now I'm pissed. No, it's all right. It's something I've complained about in the past. So Cabin Cats, you're new here. I'm an impressionist, or I have an impressionistic philosophy. A lot of like, you mean a super cool guy, Mud. A lot of my mission, I guess, with a lot of this is to provide... So I started a little over 4 years ago. The first time I painted was a little bit over 4 years ago, Cabin Cats. And I essentially went through the ringer of learning on YouTube. And the content on YouTube is dog shit. A lot of people there don't, because there's such a highly subjective nature to learning and terminology used in painting and so forth, that there are massive inconsistencies. Very big nerd. Come on! So part of my kind of goal, or part of the reason why I stream the way I do, is I wanted to produce, or I wanted to make streams on stuff that I wish I had access to when I was learning. Because I felt like I feel like a vast majority of art content available is from ill-informed people. And I don't like that. I don't like when people speak authoritatively on subjects that they don't know. So that's exactly, well, see, and I also avoid saying figure out your style. I don't think it's a prosperous way to go about learning as far as a focus on style. I think you need to focus on how you enjoy to do it and then lean into it, right? But yeah, a lot of people say contradictory stuff online. It's why I make my own paint now, Cabin Cats. I make my own oil paints, watercolors, and oil pastels. Because the paint companies want you dead. And I don't know, it's just kind of led me to where I am today. Yeah. Well, that's what I noticed. I found like 3 or 4 good people on YouTube, but then like a lot of them start to paywall. A lot of them don't release content consistently. And I get why they don't, but I really wanted to see long form painting, and there's very little of that, like start to finish stuff, because I'm a very visual learner. And yeah, it's led me to here. Got him way too deep, Mud. Thank you, Otis. Buy my paints. They'll ship on Monday if you order them today. But yeah, now that I know how, paints are made and how they work, I know how bad essentially the industry is. I see a lot of companies that give out bad advice. I see the scams, how many scams just are, how the art industry is lousy with scam products from corporations. Black Friday at Walmart. Well, if you go on my Instagram, Cabin, you can see it being made. I actually have a machine. I invested in one. It's not a great machine, but it does the job enough. For my needs, so it's enough to sell. It's not like I have a big demand, but if I ever do, I'll get a bigger machine. Or Lord knows, if I start making good money from this in any capacity, I am going to just buy a big ass paint machine for myself, like a $20,000 paint machine. Wait till that day, everybody. You better hope I don't start making serious money from this. How many tubes are you making today? I'm making 50 tubes. There are some paints, though, I do go through very fast. Well, thank you, Kevin. Don't get Michael Harding. Or Old Holland. My biggest advice for you, if you're buying oil paints in the UK, they're both on my blacklist. Well, they just have no pride. They just have no pride. Transbagger, the biggest corporate art scam of all time is Papermate changing their Sharpwriter mechanical pencil and making it measurably worse. I don't doubt that. I'm in the context of oil paint and paints, Transit Biker, and the shit that they pull is downright despicable and, like, frankly criminal. I don't know how they get by. I don't know how the laws work. But for example, Michael Harding, which is considered a professional oil paint brand, like it's a choice of a lot of professional artists. And the paint overall is not that bad. They really focus on texture, so you do sacrifice some elements for that. But for example, on several of the tubes, they'll say 40 milliliters, but they'll say minimum 35. They have this on several tubes of paint where they won't even guarantee the listed volume. No, I'm talking about other shit. Like, yeah, there's no, like, and like that is even like, you know, there's interesting aspects to that too, Mud, with like cadmiums and shit. Yeah, they're on my long list of blacklisted companies. Winsor Newton's blacklisted, Michael Harding, Old Holland, my Mary Puro is blacklisted. Winton, like most student grades are. Gamblin is the cheapest paint that I'd say is not on my blacklist, but they do a bunch of the bullshit that I hate. The best oil paint company is Rublev, but they don't offer a lot of modern pigments. The second best that I've encountered is Williamsburg. Just straight up Williamsburg. Surprisingly, Golden owns Williamsburg, has had some of the higher levels of altruistic benefit, industry benefit actions that they've done. I'm not saying they're perfect, but there are several examples of them trying to do things for the good of the industry that other companies have not. And Worm, thank you for the follow. I meant poo Richards. Richards, you see I have SolidWorks now on my computer? It's working. I got the maker's copy. Yeah, if anybody needs any 3D models, hit me up. I'm kind of in the mood to do some SolidWorks. No, you're all good, Richards. Just want to make sure you knew. In transit, it is actually like that, because they don't have to tell you about shit that they add that could really negatively affect your paints and paintings. So, like, I don't know how informed you are or not, so I don't mean this to be condescending, transit, but, like, there's things like zinc oxide, which is the pigment for zinc white. That will make your painting crack. It will make it age worse. It absorbs elements from the environment more and in a worse way. It does everything bad. And companies still add it as an additive to titanium white, and some companies don't even list it on the tubes because they consider it an additive. We also don't have long-term data on how additives affect the the conservation ability of the paintings long term. That's a big argument against using any additives, because we just don't have that data. They weren't, aluminum cerate, like these types of things weren't around until the 1900s. And we don't have, we're starting to get to like the 100-year, like, or not beginning to get to probably the 100-year mark on some things, but most stuff 75. And there are issues. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a gap in paintings that we're able to conserve from paintings from like the early acrylic time period of like the 1950s, and some oil paintings from them, because people were experimenting and using new stuff so much that they might not be paintings that can be conserved. We might be in a situation like that. I'm not familiar with Crawford. I could look into them. I could look into Crawford for you. That's not a company I've heard of. But the best watercolors you can get on the market are badly made watercolors, available at a fourth wall near me. Well, I kind of do. It's not an LLC, but I do call them badly made paints.
Badly.
Thank you, Odorous. Penman, have you been to my fourth wall? Schminkel oil paints are blacklisted, absolutely, because they add resin. Or schminky, or whatever. I think it's schminkel. Whatever, how you pronounce it. Yeah. I just don't have, like, it's not like a officially registered one, but. Well, you gotta get to the fourth, Penman. Something to work towards. So I make oil pastels, I make watercolors, and I make oil paints. And it's all stuff I use. They're all pigments, basically pigments, and so the oil paints are pigments, like this one right here. $5, not $5, what the fuck am I saying? Oily point to who can ever guess this pigment. Oily point to whoever guesses this pigment. Why would I say $5? What the fuck's wrong with me? It's an oily point. Who could ever guess the pigment that I'm holding in my hand? There it is. All right. Mud's First Love, Lamp Black. So I just use, for a vast majority of my paints, I just use pigment and oil. In a few, one paint, I add chalk to make it more usable. And then in 3 paints, I do add aluminum stearate to make them more usable, but because they can become very difficult to use out of the tube without it. But I don't add anything else out of the hundreds of other things that companies add to give you as little pigment as possible. That's all I add. And I list the ingredients and the amounts on the label itself. So like Mudworks is planning to steal my business eventually. You can. No, because none of the ingredients are proprietary, Penman. What I am doing, Penman, is I'm listing every ingredient in there and the amounts. So you could even calculate the value. You could even calculate the value of how much it would cost you to make that tube of paint. And you might say to yourself, hey, I could do this a lot cheaper than this son of a bitch. But what you don't see is kind of like, I'd say there's proprietary information and how to make the paint or to make it better. And also just the sheer amount of work that it takes. Hi, Sean. I know, Sean. I've been, while I was during my break, I read up more on it. Fucking just executed. Fucking assassinated in the fucking streets, yo. Hey, Tommy. Just fucking executed in the streets. Oh, you probably did hear balls, Tommy.
Get your hand off my penis!
Sorry to go through that. It's, there's just no...
Nice.
There's just no defending those Nazis. The Gestapo. Well, that if they want to get nothing done, and then they're doing, if they don't want anything to change, then they're doing the right thing, I guess, right? But I'd sure as hell criticize them or argue with them. So good on you, Sean. Oh, also, for Cabin Cats or Penman or anybody who is unaware, I do have a YouTube and I'm in desperate need of desperate need of subscribers. I'm really trying to get to 1,000. So if you could find it in your heart, for less than the price of a cup of coffee, aka $0, you can subscribe to my YouTube. Well, that's the thing, right, Sean? By their own philosophy, they never can, right? Or else their whole world comes crashing down. It's right there in that link above you, Penman. Well, thank you, Todd. Did you get all your friends and family and children and grandparents to subscribe as well? Thank you, Cabin Cats. Oh, it is. It absolutely is, Sean. Well, it's just like those fucking, it's like, was it a Hakeem Jeffries who proposed the bill to increase ICE funding so that they can get better training? Like, that's going to fix it? Are you fucking kidding me? They're already one of the most funded militaries in the world. Yeah, it's okay. You could just, you just get him to subscribe anyways, Todd. Everyone's homework. You need to get 100 people to subscribe to my YouTube, okay? It's everyone's homework, okay? We could just knock this out in a day, everybody. We could just knock this out in a day. If all of you get 100 people to subscribe to my YouTube. Yep, that's the mystery people I'm talking to. Cabin Cats is on YouTube. Cabin Cats, I mean, that's the homework, okay? What's in the bag, kidneys? There might be. There might be, Omizu. No, Mod, it's homework, okay? All right, washing hair only takes like 10 seconds. We all know that. Caught in a bad romance. Oh, caught in a bad romance. I may have to disappear, finish running the scene that I've been. No worries, Kevin. I appreciate you hanging out and chatting. And, you know, don't forget to get your 100 people. And then there will be no issues. None. If they have YouTube accounts and can subscribe, then absolutely. I listened to that song, accidentally took my acid, my car turned into a space. I bet. But boy, man, is that song catchy as all hell. Lady Gaga. She had, what? She had like 10 super catchy songs. Good, thank you, Kevin. Abracadabra, there was like that Alejandro song, there's Poker Face, there's she did that song with Bruno Mars recently. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. Jesus Christ, Pen Man. Bad romance. Oh, caught in a bad romance. You know, I just don't have any interest. I don't like being out of my own head. That's why I just stick with ayahuasca. And obviously crystal meth for look maxing. Okay? Obviously as the biggest look maxing channel on Twitch. Obviously. Really big into look maxing here. No, like that. Like, have you heard of these people, Pen Man? There's people who are like trying to like build up scar tissue in their jaws to make their jaws more pronounced, and they're taking drugs and steroids to like get their figure, you know, into a way. It's called look maxing. It's a really interesting rabbit hole of fucking maniacs, mind you. Yeah, I just learned about it a few weeks ago. So now of course, obviously, I'm starting to look max, obviously, as the toxically masculine man that I am. I mean, I guess, Todd. But not for me. Not for me. But these guys are literally killing themselves for it, so. And like knowingly so. Like one of the big popular guys, I forget his name. I watched a video on him. He's like, yeah, I'm probably shorting my life to like by like 10 years. You haven't painted in a week, Sean? Is it just because of all the shit going on? If the world was ending, I'd want to be next to you. I do say that drugs terrify me, though, in the current setting of fentanyl. Kovacia, that's who I'm talking about, Todd. Yep, that fucking guy. Thank you so much, Cabin Cats. I appreciate that, bud. Is it, Penman? I have heard that, but I've literally never... I have not smoking weed either, so... I have not smoking weed either. I only get high on the Lord, everybody. I only get high on our Savior, David Bowie. It's the only drug I need. No, I don't think it is. I love David. David Bowie's my favorite, Richards. Yeah, I don't like the smell of weed at all. I've heard so many people say they like the smell of it, but boy, do I don't. You like that, Carlos? Yeah. I'm not a fan. Cabin Cats, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Probably stream again on Monday. If the world was... Do not want to be next to you. Ooh. I love his music. David Bowie's catalog of music to me is unmatched. How much that fucking guy made, how much he changed over time. Maybe that forehead does need to be bigger than what I have. That's why. Yeah, I forgot that guy's name. Clavicular. I've watched a few videos on that guy. Guy's a maniac. Oddly well spoken, though. But I think he's got, like, you know, a significant body dysmorphia. But he recently tore Trump a new one. He was getting interviewed by somebody who I think is right wing, and he basically tore into Trump, and it was actually pretty funny about all of his, like, you know. Pretty entertaining. Hi, Amanda. We didn't get snow. It's just cold as all hell here, Amanda. I hope you're all right and safe. Yeah, no, I do know that Clavicular is on the right wing path. Nick, you should totally pick up something. I don't think I'd like it, Omizu. And I can't afford it either, so I don't like being drunk. I really dislike being drunk. So I don't know. I suspect that I wouldn't like being high. If the world... Good. You have power, Amanda? You have power and everything? Like you're not like, you know, in a cold house without power? Goddamn right I do, Pen Man. If you threw a box of that Crave cereal in front of me right now, I would eat the entire box. You couldn't stop me. You would not be able to stop me right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Richards, how bad is it for you over there? I did see that the storm was covering parts of Florida. Good, Amanda. Good to hear. Just be safe, everybody. Todd, do you still have power? Okay, good, Richard. That's good. Nothing there? Okay, good. Good to hear, Richards. Yeah. Todd, you're in Indiana, right? Yeah, but the Crave with a K, that chocolate-filled one, Omizu, oh boy. Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Fuck you. Well, you know you have cell phones, Todd. You have that, you know, the brainworm 5G. Okay, gotcha. You know, you could have that evil 5G. By the way, everybody, we're very anti-5G here. We're very anti-5G. That is true, Todd. Do you, Amanda? No, I am not, Penman. Penman, I am very data-driven, data and logic-driven, almost to an insufferable level. Just ask my acquaintances. I will reiterate that I was an engineer as my profession for over a decade. I didn't have time, or I'd say the luxury, to operate in such a manner. Yeah, it's the same around here. Our high for the next week I saw for any day I think was 10 degrees. He's inside. Shut up, Maddie. Son of a bitch. It really comes out far, huh? Yeah. Dude, I saw a cat outside today, running away. I am like, and it was, it was like -2 when I was in my car. I saw a fucking cat outside, and it did not look like a clean cat. I was worried it was a stray, but there was no way I could get to it. Felt really bad. It's not a bad idea, Amanda. I mean, especially if you have significant, like, I've rarely, if ever, seen cats out. That's the first cat I can recall seeing outside ever by me, but it just happened to be today. So it made me sad. I also have concerns for the homeless population in my city. But I did see some places that were doing extra and staying open more for anybody who needs it. But thankfully I'm not in an area where power outage is a risk due to cold. Well, I heard that a lot of these areas, Todd, that are getting so cold and they're not, like Texas, for example, their grids, just whenever it's too cold, just shut down because they're not fortified against that weather is now becoming, you know, the weather that happens to be much more common now. Yep. I mean, Texas is probably like at the worst risk of it, right? For this storm. Because I still don't think they winterized, right, Carlos? Because why would they? Only people would die. Only poor people would die, I should say. Why would they bother? Yeah. You know, Ted Cruz is in fucking Mexico again. Because, yeah, you know, of course he is. So you know it's a real emergency when Ted Cruz fucking just abandons everybody and, you know. Well, the grid is not necessarily just power companies, and I think especially in Texas, because Texas isn't connected to the national grid. Yeah, Ted Cruz is one of the biggest pieces of shit in this world. You know, he's probably going to do a press conference about how the new person who was fucking murdered by ICE is some type of a domestic terrorist, I bet. For anyone who doesn't know, ICE basically executed a man today, by the way, who was unarmed, by all accounts, was on the ground. So that's good. They're really cleaning up the streets, everybody. They're really doing it. I consider Oprah to be a huge piece of shit because of the people she platformed. Did he? Yeah, no, Ted Cruz did it again, Omizu. Sorry I missed it. It took me a minute. Ted Cruz went back to Mexico. I hope your chicken's all right, Omizu. You feel safer? We all do. Thank God they're getting these peaceful protesters off the street and into coffins. Yeah, so he had a license, Pickles. He had no criminal record. He had a license to carry. This is from what I call. He was an ICU nurse of good reputation. And his gun was not out when he was shot. Nor did he point it at anybody. Now, maybe I'm wrong on this, but apparently there's 3 camera angles. Yeah, that he was like, he was incapacitated and he was shot and killed. I didn't know they took the gun before the shooting. If that's the case, it's even worse. Obviously. Jesus fucking Christ. But you know, everybody, we should give them more money so they can be trained better, huh? Right? That's what we should do. We should give them more money. I heard 3, Umbry. Is it 9 or 10 times? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, Pickles, obviously, there's no country better or more free. Obviously, everybody, okay? All right, remember to support, you know, if you have a family member that's in ICE, you should definitely support them and talk with them and not disown them or not talk with them. Okay, because, you know, they're not the same as the brown shirts or the Gestapo, obviously, everybody. They are not literally terrorizing people who aren't white. Yeah, I heard... Yeah, I saw the early reports, but how do we do a tax roll this year? I don't know if it's possible, Richards. That is too institutionalized. Is that what happened? Jesus fucking Christ, Todd. I don't... See, the thing is, I don't know if that's the correct way, Richards. I get not wanting your taxes to be just taken by a fucking geriatric pants shitter and used for whatever he fucking wants, but I don't know if that's the way to do this. If there was an organized effort, possibly, but... I did see the clap. And that's just fucking disgusting. Do they not realize, like, how much... Like, it's worse than the Renee Good situation. Yeah, he was an ICU nurse. And he had proper license for it, Sean. I'll say this, that's something I don't know if I can condone as like a meaningful thing, right? Optimal Bingo, welcome in. But boy, isn't it great that the United States is just full of Nazis, everybody? Welcome in, Optimal. Isn't it great just to have Nazis roaming the streets? Murdering people. I have not felt safer. I have not felt safer than I have at this exact moment. You know, between, you know, obviously the made up global... How is it global warming when it's so cold out, everybody? How is it global warming when it's so cold? That's right. And scuffed. That's fucking crazy, Chewy. This fucking country. Be careful if you do music. That shit's not going to stop in Minnesota probably for months. I wouldn't put it past them to do something radical. That would be my only word of warning. Especially if you're an open Democrat. But man, God, isn't it great being alive at this time, everybody? You know, going through 9/11, the 2008 recession, the degradation of pretty much property ownership of the middle class. But you know what? Hey, everybody. Elon Musk says we're going to Mars. Right? Right? That's really cool. Now, he's been saying it for a while, but, you know. Here's the thing. I don't have a good answer for you, Yambari. My dad is an accountant. Okay? My knowledge base on taxes goes from there. I would not put it past this administration to unfairly go after open Democrats or left-leaning people for bullshit like that, or it could give them a reason to round up everybody. Thing is, Trump will probably be dead before then. Could you imagine, Sean, that Elon Musk isn't paying child support? God damn. What an awful time to be alive. So if there was a coordinated, organized effort about paying taxes, Yambari, I would probably do that. However, if there isn't, I think you got to be very careful with that. So much, Sean. Could you imagine just disowning a child for any reason? And he's already disowned one of his kids. If it was a coordinated effort, Richards, absolutely. But if it's just like, I don't know, like 50 to 100,000 people, they absolutely could. That's true. Trash cans do a much more valuable service than anybody in government is doing right now. But don't worry, everybody. Our God Emperor has told us that we've taken in $300 trillion of tariff revenue, everybody, and it's going to pay for the entire debt, and we're all going to get rebates. Okay, everybody? We're all going to get $1 million rebates, so don't worry. Don't worry, everybody. Stop worrying. All right? The $1 million rebates are coming. Bisanction. You goddamn right, Pen Man. But in all seriousness, we have to actively be mean and shame anybody who supports this shit or is doing this action. You have to be mean to them. You have to make it so socially repugnant. And thankfully, a lot of people are doing that now. But any chance you get, make these people fucking suffer. Verbally. I mean, it is true. Richards, I don't think I don't think there's nothing there, but it's got to be a coordinated effort. It's got to be. You do, Omizu. We all do, frankly. I was pretty proud of myself for calling Trump a geriatric pants shitter. I was proud of that off the cuff, frankly. I don't think it's bad. No, meaner, Penman. Tell them that their family hates them, they have no future, and they're gonna die alone. Penman, I need you to do better, bud. Be better, Penman. What would Brian Boitano do? If he was here right now, he'd probably kick in this or two. That's what Brian Boitano do. I doubt very many of you get that reference whatsoever. But I don't care. Ooh, that's rad. Skating for the goal. They're so insular, shaming them doesn't work. No, I actually I will disagree with that, Sean. And I'll present you my evidence why. Okay? The main reason Trump got into power is through the support of men and too many young men. There are significant groups of people that were converted to that because of the presence of online, I'll say, groups or like-minded thinkers that allowed them to feel comfortable. And at that time, obviously pre-election, they weren't getting social resistance or as much to Trump as they should have gotten, right? And so they need to feel how uncool what they believe in is if we want to see significant change from this. Because if we get the support, the active support of essentially white men, Sean, as a monolith, the Trump regime in its current format will fall even harder than what it is. And that's been one of the more uplifting things I have seen in Minnesota, is essentially the white suburbanite men. Obviously, women have been on, like, a vast majority of women have been kicking ass for such a fucking long time. And I don't mean to phrase this as men need to save the day. We just need to actively shame these fucking idiots so at least they're just pacified. It's pretty much a lot of the better things in our country, at least, were very much pushed by progressive thinkers and a lot of women. You could argue in this world, men have not done a good job running this world. They really haven't. The teabagging generation. I wouldn't be mind being called the teabagging generation. What does Vijay mean? I really need to get in these brighter spots here, so I need to get a lot of these values in a better spot so I can get in some highlights here. Too many hours spent online in game lobbies talking shit and teabagging people on PS games? Maybe not enough. You're from the Gears of War lobby? Never played Gears of War. I know a lot of people fucking love that. I really lost interest in first-person shooters as a genre, like the Counter-Strike's young. Now, there are some first-person shooter games I like I like 7 Days to Die. If you're familiar. Love that game. I'll say I did love that game. In its current form, it's not in great shape, though. Kind of ruined it at the moment. But they've made some steps to bring it back. I was never a console. I did have a somewhat serviceable computer growing up. But then once I got to college, I started working and buying them on my own. And I always built my computers, so... Well, it's, you know, unfortunately, that realm is not getting better, bud. Shang from Wuhan. A bit. A bit. He is Mongolian, though. Not Chinese. That's what Brian Boitano do. Oh my god! Corrupt, you son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! This V-chip out of me. It has stunted my vocabulary. I haven't. Oh yeah, you're getting. Yeah, that's getting pretty old, Sean. That's what, like 15 years now? Probably kick an ass or two. That's what Brian Boitano do. It's only 2015? That does not seem right. 980 Ti? 1080 Ti's had been around for like a few years in 2018? That seems late. I wonder if it was like beginning of 2015 maybe then. Yeah. Probably. America would have been so much better if the Mongols made it to the West Coast. For a succulent Mongolian meal? Yeah. But I digress. I've wondered if we would have been better off with the British. I think we would have. So really, this is all the Founding Fathers' fault, everybody. In reality. True. I don't feel like I'm hitting it well today. Unfortunately. What don't I do? Largely, I haven't, like, I only heard about the ICE murder today, but haven't really caught up on anything else. Don't tell me Trump invaded Greenland or something. While ICE did a murder. Was there another ICE killing too? Was there more than one? Or was it a different thing, a different murder? Two, okay. All right. Well, that's great. That's wonderful. So good, everybody. Oh, Ozempic is made in Greenland. Oh my God. That might hit MAGA pretty hard. Oh, really? I didn't know that much came from it. Well, that is the actual threat. They could literally destroy the value of the U.S. dollar. Between them and Japan and China, could actively, literally destroy the financial markets of the United States if they wanted to. Now, it would also destroy the global economy for a while, but they could. They hold that over our heads, as they should. Oh, it's the other countries were in a much better spot. China would become the global power at that point, until their population situation doesn't get resolved. I mean, America has not been a good steward. Let's just say that. All because people won't say no to a dictator. All because people have no fucking integrity. Ever. People just can't act with fucking integrity. God, that eye just seems so fucked. He's too tall. It's a good thing I've become a traditional off-the-grid homesteader on my half-acre of rented land. So most people have to do. Do I play any games? I play a few. The most major game I play is Path of Exile 2. Love that game. My dick around games are Brotato and Balatro. I'm probably going to be getting into Project Zomboid again soon as well. Path of Gacha 2. It's kind of like that right now. The economy got really fucked in this patch. So far, I'm really just not liking this one. We'll see. I gotta get more aggressive with the skin tones here. And maybe it's that cheek. Did that cheek get too far out here? Might have. The eyes are still shitty as all hell, but let's see if we can start figuring this out, huh? You look better purple. We'll see. Penman, do you play anything? Hollow Knight? Yeah. Not familiar with XO1. I haven't played Hollow Knight. It always looks cool. People love that game. And I do like that it's like a smaller studio, too. Yeah. I'm kind of with you on that. When I like a game, I just play it and play it and play it. I'm not one. I don't like switching around. Is that what's going on? I want this feature out of me. Too much, too bright. Fucking A. Hi, is it difficult to use those brushes, extensions, less control? Yes. I do it on purpose though. I'm sitting, so this is about a 25-inch brush I'm using. I do this, and I've been doing it for a long time now. I pretty much do all my brushes with super long brushes. At this point, I've kind of forgotten about it to a certain extent. Like it's something I don't even think about. It's to sit back. It's allowed me to sit back from the painting and see it in its entirety versus choking up and only seeing a section. If that makes sense to you. You get what I'm saying? Only forward. So I'm like sitting, because I'm extending my arm out too. So I'm an easy, probably like 36 inches away. Yeah, that makes sense, Penman. I get that too. You're welcome. And only forward, don't hesitate to ask any questions you may want. I'll answer anything. If I don't have a good answer for you, then I should revisit why I'm doing it myself. I wish I could feel myself not doing it. I wish I have been more aggressive color-wise so far. But I got hung up with the bullshit of getting the colors too right at times. That I have not been as aggressive as I would have preferred. Oh, and only forward if you're still here. I got a pack of, they're like, I think they were 5/8 inch by 15 inch dowels, and they got them off of Amazon. They're like a 15 pack for like $8. So I just duct taped them to all my brushes. So, if you are worried that you're painting too tight and you're choking up here and trying to be too perfect, I highly recommend holding it from a back, use larger brushes. I think it's an excellent way to learn. And to help you, it forces yourself to not care so much about the small stuff. Which I think a lot of people have issues with. So are you interested in, you want an exercise? I can explain an exercise to you if you want one. That's pretty easy to do. That's very easy to do, and I think could get you to a good spot. Okay, so take a medium large brush. I'm talking, one, preferably a flat, but one that's like, almost an inch wide. I'd say 3/4 of an inch to an inch wide, okay? And if it's only a foot long, that's perfectly fine. Or, even if it's lower, but you only hold it from the back like a wand, okay? Then, what I want you to do is take any fruit that you have at your home or vegetable and only paint it with that large brush from holding it from the back. And even do it multiple times. See how few brush strokes you could do. You could set a timer for yourself. You could limit your brush strokes. But for any detail, you only use that brush. And look at it in person, okay? That exercise alone will get you super far. Right? Because obviously you could start making it more complicated. You could add stuff to what you see. You could introduce another size brush and do it like a larger painting. But from life, single light source. But keep the first ones, keep it very simple. Just like an apple. Right? With the light on it. Look at it in person. Only use the large brush. Never choke up on it. And just paint it like that. You'd be surprised how much better you'd get from that alone. Fuck me. If you have any questions, let me know. Chin's too big. Just saw it. Okay. Why didn't anybody tell me? Or chin's too long from the mouth. Pen Man, that one's on you, bud. Pen Man, that one's on you. That wasn't my fault. Alright, I guess it's also Mizu's fault. Only Ford, why is everybody working against me? Alright? Why is everybody conspiring against me? Including you. It's probably too bright. I mean dark. Ooh. I'm not a taint. Those allegations are completely false. Those allegations have never been true. And how dare you?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. No, you're not. How dare you insinuate otherwise? How did I get so off on that? All right, who wants a little secret of the universe? Anyone want a little secret of the universe? I'm risking assassination from the Association of Painters if I reveal this. I could be assassinated tonight if I say something, but do people want to know? I'll reveal it right here, right now. And risk the assassination. Go on. Always paint noses. Is that like the magic circle? Kind of. Always paint noses way more red than you think they are. And ears. Essentially, what I'm saying is you cannot go too red. For the nose and ears. Any questions? That is a secret of the universe. Don't you crickets me, you son of a bitch. You don't think that's a secret of the universe? It is. I'm probably going to be killed tonight for that. You might sneeze. That's true, Bruce. Extra brown. Well. Now, why would I say that, though? Why is that? Why do you think that might be the case? Because the nose, the skin on the nose and the ears is a lot thinner. And even though you might look at yourself and say, my ears aren't that red, they generally are. They read better as going way more red than you expect. Yep, because of the blood. The sweet, delicious blood. Oh shit, did I say that out loud? Vascular, yep. Blood, the lifeblood of things that bleed, that's true. Richards, did you hear my new painting idea, by the way? Should I repeat it for y'all? You'll like it if you're a pervert. I have a new painting idea. It might be my next one. All right. You saw the new Nosferatu, right? You hated it, I think, or you didn't. You were on it. Have you seen the original Nosferatu? I'm just going to assume you're full pervert if you're here. Are you familiar at all with the OG Nosferatu? Well, they did something that was pretty cool in camera. Nosferatu. They did a in-camera thing where like the shadow would move on its own, independent of the vampire. And so they did this. They did some cool stuff with shadows. Okay. So what I'm thinking about doing is have my mannequin's ass be the right side. So like turn to the side, but you could see its ass basically. On the right side of the canvas. In the center, I want the shadows of the hand look like they're like going for the ass, right? So you don't see the hands, but you see the shadows going for the ass, like that. And then on the left side corner, not in full light, in dim light, I want to put my skeleton sitting in a chair in like a sweater and a collared shirt, you know, underneath, and with like a pipe, just watching. And then my elf guy standing next to him with a camera. Maybe a camera tripod setup. That's my idea for my next painting. How did I come up with this? Ask again at another time. No, I was thinking about the shadows from Nosferatu. I'm open to critique or suggestions regarding it. Of that idea. But no, I'm a man and I'm very emotional. Remember this. Okay. So that's a thumbs up from you? I'm naming the painting Stephen Miller. Will the piece be titled Big? No. Stephen. The name of it's Stephen Miller. Named after the direct inspiration. I want this feature on me. Miller Lite. For any of you who don't know that reference, supposedly Elon Musk stole Stephen Miller's wife with just money. Or they started having an affair. Money related more than anything. I'll have to check it. I'll have to check it out. Or if you want to post a link, feel free. That's true, Goose Rune. It's definitely Nosferatu, but that does look like Stephen Miller. Mix your paints, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, 4 hours and 15. All right, big moment. It's way too low. Too low. Gotta clean this up anyways. Good. I don't know if I like that color and that gap. What Brian Boitano do if he were here right now? He'd probably kick an ass or two. That's what Brian Boitano do. All right, now we gotta do the bright spots. Well, and then we gotta do the point highlights on those things. So what we're gonna do, should I go? These should just be pink. I guess with the smallest amount of yellow in there. So it's not pink, but trying to do these in like very simple brush strokes. Sorry, I breathe into the mic. I keep on doing it. I sigh into the mic because I hold my breath a lot when I paint. I don't know if anybody else does that. But. A little bit smaller. On more important areas. That one might not work. Let's see. I think that works. That's fine. I love a good simple stroke. Like that. And that. And those. That. Really try and bring the room together, you know? We're going to darken this up slightly. And we're going to do a little one right there. And another one right here. Smaller one of these eyebrows. It's where the light really catches, and we need to hit that again. See, we're really trying to bring the room together right now, okay? But I'm only painting what I see. Hit that here again. Good. See if I missed anywhere. I think those creases should be a little bit more red than they are, but they have to be bright. The other way, what they were previously had too much contrast because they were desaturated and had a little bit too much blue. This oh nope. Go more red. But this is the benefit when I was bitching earlier about myself going too saturated early. Right now I'm reaping the benefits of desaturating everything. Is because I can make these changes a lot easier by bringing in color and changing contrast a lot easier than I did before. So this is not necessarily a secret of the universe, but it should be, is when you're doing a portrait, you ought to start with more desaturated colors and introduce color and contrast as you go along. Versus going full bore right off the gate. Because they'll be tougher to work with later. And we're starting to hit some realism that we weren't really hitting before. And now, for the final highlight, we're going to go for a bright green. You may say to yourself, you might say, this guy's an idiot. This guy's a big dumb idiot. Why would you use a green highlight? This guy's a fool. He's a phony. That's what you're saying to yourself right now, right? And agreed, I am. Okay? But with a simple green highlight, like that, look at how that shit stands out. Still gotta apply paint though. Then what we're going to do, because this highlight, now we're going to do a less green, more super bright yellow though, for the ones up here. But still have some of that green in there. All right, let's do the hair. Okay. Almost done. You all are only stuck here for about another 36 to 48 hours, okay? About how much longer it will take. About 36 to 48 more hours, and then you all can leave. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna just try. We'll start off with like low contrast, neutral color, just brush strokes following the hair as I see it. You don't have to be finite with this. Just simple brush strokes. All right. Remember, we have no accidents. We just have anxiety driving terrible results, okay? All right, there's no such thing as accidents. Just horrendous mistakes, but we can always just burn our homes to the ground and disappear like we never existed.
Oh my.
Indeed, Richards. It's like we never existed. We'll disappear like a fart in the wind. Name that movie. Yeah, I think we got there, Mud. There's some things I don't like about this. That ear is big, isn't it? Holy shit. But, I don't think it's, like, terrible. Good. Welcome back, Mud. Did you have a good dinner? And hanging out? Oh, I'm going to push the lights more on the hair. A lot more. And the darks, probably. I was just doing, like, the first set of strokes on it. Now let's get the dark. Yeah, let's get the darks in there now. Probably. I think my computer, though, is making it a little bit more yellow. It's a little bit red to me, but we'll see in the camera and like when I take the photo, though. I'll say it's okay if it's a little yellow, or like if as long as it looks fine together. But I definitely had it too yellow in the beginning for what I was like. I'll say this is also kind of like an issue with painting photographs, everybody. Is the contrasts make it look, you know, you can definitely tell it's painted from a photograph, essentially. What do I want to do with this? Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that. Oh, fuck me.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, hooray! Son of a bitch! Welcome in. Peacemaker, thank you for the follow. K-Hart, welcome in. I hope you've been well. Welcome in. Get on in here. Give me those links or else. Give me those links before I have a conniption. I will not hold on. I've been doing well. I hope you've been well too. Pleasure. What were you working on? Uh-oh, that conniption's on its way. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing links yet. Mud, the conniption. It is a holdup. That uh-oh. Uh-oh. The conniption. Oh no. Oh geez. Oh boy. I'm just kidding. That's true. Okay, good. Good. Everyone go follow Ko-Fi. I mean, K-Hart on their Ko-Fi. Also follow them on their Instagram. Everywhere. All right? Or else. Or else. Or else we're going to have a problem. And I'll have several more conniptions. And you won't want to see me after several conniptions. Thank you so much for the raid. Paint with oils? I don't think you do, Pickles. I don't think you do. Oh yeah, drop any links you want. Absolutely. Good. Good. All right. I avoided the conniption. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. It's nice to see you. I hope all has been well. We are painting the Yokozuna Hoshoryu. And I said that perfectly. Today's the last night of the Sumo tournament going on. I'm rooting for my boy, my sweet baby Ukrainian boy, Aonishki. And you should too. Thank you, Mud. I'm guessing Mud. But if it was you, Pickles, thank you. Whoever did that, thank you. Well, thank you, K-Hart. That's the channel it's on. Highly recommend. Really good, really well moderated. No bullshit. Really great place to learn as well. Ooh, I would love a chicken sando. There are a few channels that do it, yeah. Mud has doomed me to watch Sumo for the rest of my life. Mudworks did that. Because I now love it. Mud has doomed me to hell. Yeah. I've already been alienated from my friends and family for my love of sumo. But here we are. It is wonderful. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. We're painting with oils. Painting with oils. I will answer any question posed, and I will know the answer. Awesome, Karen. Yeah, I'll be there after stream after I get my food and stuff like that. I grab my food. Then plop down, eat paper mache, and watch some sumo. Best for masseuse, easily blue. What you papering? I'm making props for future paintings. I made a couple mushrooms. I'm making a face. I do quote and shuff. I do. Here. Fucking shoulders, bitch. Okay. This is something I'm in process of making. I can't. Oh, my. That disconnected. 1 second. Nobody told me. Okay. So this is something I'm making right now. It's like a face. All from scratch. This is one thing I'm making. Let's see. I'm making an owl. I started like making an owl. I got a mushroom right here. Oh, hold on. That I need to do another layer on. Got a mushroom. I got another mushroom. That I painted. So, shrooms. I'm also making, I'm going to be making a giant eyeball. I'm gonna be making a giant eyeball. I have the sphere for that. I have to smooth it out and do all that. Most likely. Hi, Drew Holt. But don't worry. All these paper maches are my Horcruxes, so they can't attack me. They are my Horcruxes, so if you do need to destroy me one day, you have to destroy all my paper mache. And all my paintings. So good luck with that.
What the fuck is that?
Hey, Voldemort was onto something. Oh, because we love that here, Oxford. Good. Good job coming here instead. Thank you so much for the raid, K-Hart. Nice to see you. Go feed those pets. This is a different one. Thank you. Well, thank you, Upstate Chewy. Been doing it for a good amount of time now, so I'm pretty used to it. And, it's, you just get used to it. You know, there's times where you go slower than, you know, depending. Now, granted, my chat does hate me and actively wishes pain on me, so I do have to deal with those aspects of it. I have a very, what's the right word? Vindictive chat. Vindictive. What would you do if all the Japanese businessmen stopped coming around and just random sumo wrestlers? I would love it.
Fucker.
Generalized harm. You're... All right, I'm not going to call you a fucker, Pickles, but you know that's true. There are some sweet little angels in there.
You're a snitch.
I'm not a snitch.
Fucker.
You're a fucker, Salt. Maddie is anything but a sweet... Maddie was born from a jackal. Okay? Definitely sent from hell. I like this hair. Fuck your couch. Oh my god, what did my couch ever do? Oh my god, my oily points! Little bits. What am I gonna do? You're gonna ruin the economy, Pickles. Trash talk, my lovely Menace. That's what, oh my god. First Rudy and now Menace? First Rudy and now Menace, Pickles, huh? Thing for me is I don't even realize the music I'm listening to has been off. Yeah, that's what it's like for me. That's what actually chatting does help with. Is frankly it just helps with, like, I don't know, being cognizant of what's going on, making sure I'm thinking enough, and you know, a lot of thinking involved with painting, everybody. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's not about getting to a state where you stop thinking. It's always continuing. You need to think about everything. Yeah, I would say that's actually a big bonus, Pickles. Who thinks? You all should be thinking. Don't make me provide an ironclad argument about thinking, because I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll provide an argument that you cannot argue with. Nope. We are very pro AI here, but don't make me give you an ironclad argument about thinking. We know you use Claude, Salt. Write in Donald Trump. Is Siri now officially considered AI? Microsoft pulled that bullshit where it's like if you they made their entire Microsoft Office they called it like Copilot to boost their numbers and shit. It's really weird. Oh, no shit. I'm actually surprised how little Apple has been. They did try stuff, I know, but I know that, like, I think they, like, the early stuff failed hard, and maybe I wouldn't be surprised if they're just like, let them fight over this shit. Wait, his right eye might be a bit too high on the upper lid. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Let me just restart. I'm kidding. You are right, Pickles. I do see something else I want to address. Wipe it, yeah. Oops, I tripped. Kind of forgot to do a highlight there. Probably should. Wasn't bright enough. Good. Okay. Good enough. Fuck it, we're done. Good enough. This is probably the least favorite of the ones I've done, though. It feels like the most manicured. If that makes sense. But that's it. We're done. All right, let's clean up. Thank you, Carlos. I'm not saying it's bad. I just like, out of the ones I've done, I was probably most happy with the Ale Nishiki one. Thank you. Thank you, Pickles. Thank you, Richards.
Nice.
But it's like whenever I'm doing a portrait, whenever I have to battle the eyes, I think that's one of my triggers for like struggling with it overall. Not just placement, but like colors. This one I went too saturated in the beginning. I didn't really struggle with the mouth or nose that bit much. The eyes I definitely did. I mean, there's been plenty worse though. So, and yeah, I have likeness, so that's not the end of the world. Yeah, this is like my instant self-reflection, right? So things, now yours seems a lot more yellow. Maybe I'll adjust it to show you what it looks like more to me in person. 1 second. Hold. And contrast to it. Mine's probably closer. Mine looks probably closer to that. I don't know how much of a difference that made for you. Thank you, Omizu. I just can't help but like, I see red and I'm like, all right, I'm going to make it fucking red. My only critique is more shadow around the eyes. I went back and forth. You're probably right. I probably could have made that a step darker. Just hard to say. Probably a half step darker, maybe. But not through saturation. So I'll say this, in person, I think that's a camera thing, but I do think I could have, like looking at the reference, the reference in my corner looks a lot darker than the one I'm looking at for some reason. It looks more yellow. Maybe you'll see it in the photo. We'll see. Yeah, no, I see what you're seeing. Like, I'm looking at my OBS, and it looks a lot different. Because you mentioned the yellow. Mine doesn't look that yellow. Mine, like, looks too red, if anything. But So that's fucking cameras, yo. Oh, agreed, Mud. You know what? It's also, oh, they're the same monitor though. They're the same brand. But this is partly how monitors fuck you up, by the way, everybody. Note that monitors show colors differently. Okay. And while you're all here, you sick fucks, time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. If you want, you could, Pickles, you got the points to redeem it.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Go. If you want it, you shall have it.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. Oh, shit. Okay. A little bit of a finger check.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Gotta be careful. Okay. Oh, my God. This is sick. Ew. You sick fucks. Why are you watching this? Oh, my God.
Hey, Sarah!
Oh god, I like how you can see the shadows. I really do like that. Oh my god. This D is filthy. Yep. There you go. Clip for future use. Go for it. Oh my god. Chewy, you're sick. Watching this. Oh my god. Alright. I got some paint on this thing. Alright. Okay, let's raid out. We're gonna raid Sumo again. Because tonight's the last night. So we're gonna raid in. Next stream will probably be Monday. Monday. There we go. All right, everybody. Nope. Green bag. I'll see you in hell. It's snowing. Be safe, everybody. Anybody who has weather, be safe. You know. You know, if anybody needs anything, message me on Discord. I'm going to post this to Discord momentarily. So you can judge for yourself. Ciao, ciao. And also, don't you ever betray me. Okay? Alright, don't you ever betray me. Alright, I know a lot of people are talking about mutinies and betrayals. Don't you do it. But everyone, yes, be safe. Have a good Sunday as well. Nope, can't even oh my god! I was expecting you to get another looting. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Don't. Alright. Alright, everybody. Rating out. Have a good one.
I'm painting badly.